Hey, you're alive. When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, a phone, maybe. I hope you don't mind. But all I found was some loose change. So, wanna tell me who you are? Well, it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry to pry, but any idea why you were floating down the river? What's the last thing you remember? Really? You know what? Don't answer that. I don't think I want to know. Oh, come on. In your state, I could drop you on your butt and drag you right back into that river if I wanted to. Look, you've just been through a trauma, so I'm gonna forget you said that. But you owe me, and I need a favor. There are some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think. I need you to go in there and see if you can find a guy named Al for me. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaking out, wondering if he's trapped or injured, or worse. I would have gone in after him, but he made me promise to stay here, no matter what. There's no way I'm leaving without him, so I'm just kind of stuck here, waiting. What I mean is, I was hoping you wouldn't mind going in there to find him? If you can do that, I can get both of you back to civilization in my boat. Please? Oh, of course. Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy. What do you want to know? He's the guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. I thought maybe you two knew each other. I guess not. But maybe the two of you can piece together what you're doing here. In any case, you'll like him, I'm sure. Once you find him, that is. Oh, there's not much to tell. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Know what I mean? Oh, I'd rather not say if it's all the same to you. All right, fine. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen. Yeah, something like that. But right now, I have bigger problems, like finding Al. You really don't remember? We're in Italy. This river is the Tiber. Not much, really. But imagine what you might find in there. Priceless ancient artifacts. Al... What am I, an idiot? You could hike a long, long way in any direction and never find another soul. Trust me. Great. So you're ready to go look for Al? Thank you. The entrance is just past those columns behind you. Please, hurry. Oh, and he left this here. But I think you'll need it more than I will.
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place." Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there, against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation, or a warning. Al Worth. Whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, she'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. In here, there are only two options. Death, or that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. And I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now, and find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina? What? I'm speaking Latin. You are too, although your accent's a little strange. Oh, I see what you did there. Changing the subject like that. Nice try. But I'll ask again. Who are you, and what were you doing in the shrine? Yeah, you know, agricultural goddess of springtime? You're not from around here, are you? And you've just done it again. You're a sly one, aren't you? One more time. Who are you, and what were you doing in that shrine? No idea what you're talking about. Oh, wait. Are you a bit, you know, not right in the head? That's all right, friend. Everyone's welcome here. We sort of lose track of the date down here, but it feels like the beginning of spring to me, so I'd say early March? It's 817 AUC. Sorry, you look confused. 817 years since the founding of Rome. Which part of the Empire are you from, exactly? But listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So let me make this nice and simple for you. Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine. Not laws, law. There's just one, the Golden Rule, and the punishment for breaking it's, well, it's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, you coming? Follow me! When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here. But, as you can see, we've got a nice little community now. Only 23 of us at the moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. No idea how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your handsome new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking him to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
Politics. I'd stay clear of it and her, if I were you. She's... it's not my place to say. Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Huh. That one usually gets a chuckle.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since... Well, you know, I don't know what happened to her. Up here on your right is the chasm. If you've got a weapon, it belongs way down at the bottom. Up on your left is the forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo. Most of us have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Galerius, you're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the villas.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
You'd better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy. Greetings, citizen. My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please. I expect the magistrate wants to brief you about the Golden Rule. It shouldn't take too long. He's busy preparing for the election later today. Follow me. The only thing you really need to understand right now is the Golden Rule. Let me see if I can explain it this way. When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9. Didn't matter whether he'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you, you're in for a rude shock. Because the Golden Rule is exactly 10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. Who's up these stairs?
Don't mind me. I just live here. Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want? You know, some people say it's the creation of an all-seeing god who's watching everything we do. But what kind of an awful, incompetent god would let my sister go missing on his or her watch? Did you hear that? Curse you, you coward! Where is my sister? What do you have to say for yourself? No response. Nothing. That's what I thought. I'm telling you, this mysterious god of ours has to be asleep on the job. Either that, or, like people are saying, it really is just a children's fable my father is exploiting to frighten us into behaving. I suppose we will. I trust you can see yourself.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name? A curious name, to match a curious accent. But I digress. Something about your demeanor gives me the urge to caution you against doing anything, shall we say, unlawful while you're here. Is that understood? Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains, many hundreds of years ago. Indeed. More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built here over the last 7 months. 22 complete strangers brought together by the fates, living and working together in our own little paradise. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft, nothing. Have you ever witnessed something so extraordinary as a city without sin? Nor could I until I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person commits a sin here, every last one of us will die. You see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." From what we can gather, breaking the law here will anger the gods and provoke a terrible punishment, like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all to gold. We've come to call it the Golden Rule. It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more afraid that our time in the sun is almost up. And now it seems that day is finally here. All that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the Golden Rule. Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured. I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have questions. Please, ask away. An intelligent question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes, or to some other ill-defined wrong? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, and certainly no murder. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy, trespass, trying to escape, bribery, infidelity, suicide? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before seen. And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper, as Rome has for centuries. I'm glad you agree. The key things to remember are that we have laws forbidding treason and blasphemy, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson and so on. I have made my pronouncement on the subject. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies in the shadows. I would be keeping a close eye on them if I were you. You see, in my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient ritual to Proserpina, the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. It's said to open a doorway in time so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person was you. You don't belong in our time, do you? 2,000 years? That is unfathomable. Please, tell me, in your time, what did you see? What had become of us? Of this city? I have imagined it, our downfall, 1,000 times, but it still breaks my heart to hear the truth of it. All I can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across instructions. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means wine or food, or in some cases a live animal. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. The life of the person performing the ritual. I don't suppose you saw any sign of me in the future? I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I don't need to use it, won't you? Well, I suppose that's all I can ask for. Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. You're new here, and it'll seem perfectly normal. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. I fear I may not even remain magistrate after today's election. The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem, though, unless, of course, you get off on the wrong foot. Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation, the better. Ah, so you know about that already. It's a devastating loss, of course, but that was over 3 weeks ago, and whatever happened to her, it didn't break the Golden Rule, so I don't think it's connected with our imminent demise. Still, if you happen to find her and return her to me, I would be eternally grateful. Me? Why would you suspect me? I've just told you. I'm about to sacrifice my own life to ensure these people have a second chance. What reason could you possibly have to suspect me, of all people? I'm glad you think so. Without trust, without each other, we won't be able to prevent what is about to happen. Well, all right. There are those who wish to vote me out of office so that they can pursue their own misguided political agenda. Frankly, their selfishness and recklessness risk destabilizing the entire city. I would be looking very carefully at them if I were you. You mean you couldn't speak Latin before you arrived here? How strange. But the gods are active here, and their temples and shrines hum with power like nowhere else in the Empire. Perhaps when Proserpina brought you here, she planted the seed of Latin in your mind so that you could better serve her. An unbeliever, then? If you come up with a better explanation, I'll be interested to hear it. If I understand Proserpina's ritual correctly, that problem should take care of itself. Let me see if I can explain. If you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the Golden Rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to come here. Thus, you'll have created a paradox. If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us. Make sense? Ah, good. So, are you with me? Can I count on you to figure out who's about to break the Golden Rule? Wonderful. Now, I need you to investigate the city, talk to everyone, help them if it'll win their trust. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents, unless, of course, you're asked to leave. Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon as you have a name, come back and tell me immediately. Oh, and one last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo in the Forum. I heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
Oh, don't mind me. I just live here. Oh, look, you're back. How lucky for me. What is it now? I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the Magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that? Ugh, what is it with you people? You heard the rumor that my little sister escaped and, well, that's just a stupid rumor. I don't know. Can you? Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from a city with no exits and no crime? Was she snatched away by the Harpies? That doesn't surprise me. To him, it was like a prize cow wandering off from its paddock. He's upset, of course, but he says he's too busy with the election to help look for her. So he's letting Horatius do the heavy lifting. Some good that's done. You really aren't from here, are you? All Roman women are named. His family name is Sentius, so I'm Sentia because I'm the eldest. And my little sister is formerly Sentia Minor, but she's affectionately known as Sentilla. Why? Because I'm on this couch and not pacing about the villa wasting energy? I hope you're not insinuating I'm somehow pleased with her. Ugh, you're awful.
Are they?
Keep an eye out for
keeping an
Scintilla,
eye
would
on
you?
things, Horatius?
As always, priestess.
Any news about Scintilla, Navy,
No sign of any of them, I'm afraid. But we do have a lookout.
Hello? Hello? My name's Dooley. I live here now because I got in trouble and they said they had to lock me up. I don't know. I don't remember things so good. I think it's just because I was looking for treasure. Yes, but I wasn't. I was just looking. They said I did it more than once, but I can't remember things so good. Then they called me mean names. They called me a liar, Billy. Yes. They said I have to live here now, and gave me this letter. But I'm not good with words. Do you think you could read it for me? What does it say? My treasure! My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. But then, he died. It was very sad. He said if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find it. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns. But when I went up to the high one, they put me in here. Now nobody looks after me. Except my friend Galerius. And Ek, the priestess lady. She's a nice lady. Hannibal said I shouldn't give it to anyone I didn't trust. But maybe you could help me get out of here. Then I would trust you a lot. Galerius already tried that. What about the rules? Like Galerius? He's nice. I like it. If you help make him magistrate, he can get... Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. You're going to let me out of here? Galerius. Like, if you help make Hannibal... Go. My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he gave all I... Now nobody... Bye-bye.
Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
I'm sad. Am I going to die in here? Hello. Bye-bye.
Help! You have to do something! A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's going to break the golden rule. None of us do. The magistrate made us throw them all in. You'll just have to... I have to hide. What? The shrine is collapsing! Help! Fabian, are you No. Are you daft or just... Here... What?
Fabia, no! Oh gods, she's dead! Did anyone see that? The whole shrine just collapsed on her! Oh Fabia, why did you have to go in there? Poor sweet girl! I can't believe she is dead. Fabia, the gods are cruel and unjust. She was like a daughter to...
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he... I'm not sure I believe. I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself to find and execute the cultist Quinctius for terrible So, if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live. Is that understood? You are not off to a good start. When I... Thank you. Now tell me. A small community. I was told Quinctius was a cultist, but I never thought he'd be foolish enough to leave. Oh, don't play coy with me. I don't care if you're worshipping Bacchus, Magna Mater, or Christ. You're always sneaking off to your... The Emperor may have tolerated your activities up until now. You say that, but if you're not a cult, then... So you admit. You're a terrible liar. So none of... That sounds And I saw the inscription saying, the many shall suffer for the sins of the... Another lie. You've clearly been... Now tell me, where did you lot get... You lot are practicing human sacrifice. Of course you'd say that, but that's what your kind do, isn't it? It's all clear to me now. The secret sanctuary, the indoctrination. What baffles me is how a person can believe in something. However, you still have a... Very well. Here's what I know. He's a 40 to 50-year-old man. The Emperor says he and his cult, your cult, are responsible for starting the fire. Who are you to challenge what the Emperor says? Were you there? Do you have... This is your last... Do you have any last words? And there's a simple explanation. But if you want to know that, once I'm done with you and Quintius, and I can think of...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
I don't think so. Oh, Bacchus, how much did I drink last night? Sorry to have bothered you. Oh, and since you seem to be in a hurry, you should try out this device. Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. And if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take a swim. But don't worry. All right.
Well, isn't that an impressive trinket? Ah, you're here. And, I hope I'm not being too... There's something dangerous. Ugh, coming on a bit strong, don't you think? I take back what... Let's just forget that ever happened. Ugh, let it go. I just try not to think about it. Drink... Certainly. For 10 days. Have you met Livia? She used to do my hair. Now, she just stands around, caked in filth, muttering no... I hear that if Malleolus is elected, he's gonna throw a small festival to celebrate, with entertainment and everything. Whatever. You know, normally, I'd... Straight to business, huh? As a matter... I'm happy to tell you all about it. So... Simple. It's a one-way trip, and I'm not ready to go. I think of it this way. I have something of value, and I'm with... If I took your... Well, I can't tell you too much, or you'd figure it out for yourself. But I What's... Well, perhaps you could take out a loan. All right.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far? That's good, in a sense. If you're not on edge, you've not been paying attention. But on the bright side, once you've been here a few months, well, it's slightly less terrifying anyway. We've all been where you are now. I remember when I first arrived. I used to lay awake at night contemplating the big questions. Why am I here? Is there a way out? What is the Golden Rule, and who or what is responsible for it? I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. I don't think anybody does. Please keep that to yourself. I know you're not from around here, but things are very difficult for us right now. There was a terrible fire in Rome last year, and thank you. Here, in this place, the magistrate has me earning my keep by cleaning and pruning the gardens. It's not quite how I expected my life to go. I used to live in a lovely villa on the banks of the Tiber. I was even betrothed to a handsome young man from a prominent family. But long hours of menial labor for the good of the community has its own charms too, I suppose. Oh, much the same way as many of the others. When the fires came to Rome 7 months ago, my family and I fled for the Tiber, hoping to escape on a barge. We were among the fortunate ones with enough coins for passage, but unfortunately, there were a lot of desperate people, and they boarded before we could depart. A scuffle broke out, and I was pushed overboard. The last thing I remember was the water. I woke up by the river. Oh, that's all right. If you like. I'm afraid not. Although I don't put a lot of stock in such rumors, but if that doesn't work, then I suppose we're all stuck. I hope it... The many shall suffer for the sin. I'd like to think that if we all love our neighbours as ourselves, and do to them as we'd have them do to us, then we'll all be... But on the other hand, I was always taught the intent of man's heart is evil from his youth. And that all of it... And that's where I get stuck. You don't think that's a little naive? Innocent men and women. If that's true, then sooner or later... All right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him. Thank you. And please, choose your words carefully.
Let me guess. You're going to lecture me on how suicide is a crime against the Empire. I screwed up my life. That's what's wrong. I'll be stuck slaving away for that Culus Cumulatis Malleolus for the rest of my life. I'm out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no! I can't believe he went... Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin under the Golden Rule. That was not your fault. There's no way you could have given him what he wanted, moments after you arrived. I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray...
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Magistrate. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to be elected your magistrate. And now... and now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. And, yes, no more shall you walk on down eggshell, yes. No more shall you walk on eggshell. You will simply be living free because silent cities to you are forbidden. But my first act, I hereby announce a day of, well, I should think, a day of celebration. Did you just leap into my villa from the balcony 100 feet above? That was either extremely reckless or impressively clever. Well, why have you risked life and limb to see me? I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I'd be practicing my victory speech for the election later today. I'm glad you asked. I'll finally restore freedom to this city, just as I've been promising. These good people have suffered long enough under Sentius's tyranny. By declaring there's no such thing as the Golden Rule, it's a children's fable exploited by Sentius to frighten us into submission. Wait, don't tell me. The person making a claim bears the onus of proving that claim. Can you do that? Nonsense! Surely, you're not one of those people who believes everything you read. What? Oh, I see what's happening. You mean that book next to a golden statue in the theater? I disagree. I'll be guided by what is best for the... True, but that is simply because you are mistaken. I'm afraid not. We're stuck down here to... You mean the children... I trust you through the door this time? Still here?
Keep
Isn't
an eye
the
out for
great
Scintilla,
temple
would you?
majestic? A new face, Ave, and... Oh my. I take it people are quite direct where you're from. I suppose it's quite... Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess. The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in and then you would find a way to satisfy you. But to be honest, I've often thought what an unnecessarily... Let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself and ask whatever you like. It'll be a... You know, I'm not entirely sure. But what... Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed... Why is that? The meme? So your people make hieroglyphics depicting this accursed character. I apologize. Have you spoken with any of... I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember, and see if you notice any patterns. Good. I just don't want to see what... Up until a few weeks ago, she was a perfectly she was always so... And then she withdrew, stopped work, but she just looked at us with this haunted stare. Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps, but there is a small chance. I just... Thank you. Come back to me. Ave. Let's... You really don't know? I am one of the priestesses, charged with keeping the sacred flame in Excellent. Put simply, I tend... Why? So that we... It's vital that we... I don't, I'm afraid. It seems to... I'm quite sure it's the work of the gods, which is strange because they've never... We asked for blessings, for good health, bountiful harvest, but here it seems that I find myself reminded of an especially pertinent... Would you like to hear? Wonderful. It goes like this. Borsis and Philemon were an old married couple living a humble life in a small town. One night, the town gets a visit from a couple of vagrants. They go from door to door, asking for a place to stay the night. Of course, being vagrants, they're turned away sharply from house after house, 1,000 in all, until finally they come to the little cottage where Borsis and Philemon lived. Now the kind old couple had very little to offer, but nevertheless, they invite these strangers into their house and offer them food, wine, and a place to stay. Immediately, the guests make themselves at home. They begin gulping down the old couple's wine, so much so that Borsis, the old lady, begins to worry they're going to run out. And then she notices something strange. Her wine pitcher keeps refilling itself, as if by magic. Realizing only a select few possess such powers, says to her husband, Philemon, "I think these men are gods in disguise." Immediately, the couple begins apologize, and the vagrants metamorphosize and reveal. They confide they didn't mind the meager offerings. They were just pleased that someone in the town offered them hospitality. Then you have passed our test, but everyone else. So old Borsis and Philemon escape up into the mountains. Meanwhile, Jupiter carries through with his... Some say the moral of that story is that we must all honor the sacred rituals of guest friendship, the reciprocal obligations owed between... But I like to think it's that we should... I'm pleased to...
It must be completed by... It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malleolus, the challenge. Why do you... All of the male citizens who are willing and able to attend, unless... That's just the... There are some women who can vote, Vestal priestesses like myself, but in this case, I can't allow the perception that I'm being anything but... But if it's any consolation, there are... By using whatever gifts the gods gave you. I like the idea, but I know Galerius well, and his position has always been that he won't. It was only yesterday that he said to me he'd only ever run if it... So, I suppose if you'd like to see Galerius... Or... Well, you're... But if it's any consolation... I'm responsible for announcing it. You can. As I said, I'm planning to hold... As... And did you... Oh, keep asking people how they wound up. Livy... Come back. Keeping an eye on things, Horatius?
As always, priestess.
Any news about Centilla, Navia, or Kabash?
No sign of any of them, I'm afraid. But we do have a newcomer. Strangely dressed fella. Funny accent, too.
A traveler from a faraway land, then?
Seems that way.
Then let's make sure he feels welcome, shall we?
Of course, priestess.
What are you doing in here? She needs the resin of a plant called Silphium, but that Culus cumbulatus decius won't... It's too late. She was poisoned. She came in here frothing at the mouth. Normally, and I knew Decius had some at his market stall. That'll be 1,000 denarii. There was... Then that toad shrugs and says, supply anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his... So all I could do is come back here, and now I'll never know who poisoned her, or how they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule. Or... Well, unless you have the power to bring someone back from the dead, there's real... Get me that Silphium resin. I'm going to have another patient in here soon. Could be in the next day, or in the next hour. I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. Because I swear to the gods below, not even the golden rule will... I'm Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. I'm tired and out of my depth and miserable all the time. My husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. He embraced the Roman way more than I would have divorced him and demanded the return of my dowry. But I knew he would sooner have me killed than give me my... So I waited for the right time to take what was mine and disappear. As he prepared to evacuate our villa, I gathered our most precious belongings, coins and gemstones, and the moment his back was turned, I could barely see for the smoke. And the streets were full of people trampling each other. The next thing I remember, I would... It's all right. Say what you will about this place. At least my fornicating husband will... And while there's no shortage of snakes here, at least with the golden rule. Oh, this shrine was in use as a clinic long before any kind of strange to set up a clinic in the temple of the god of disease. But the god who inflicts a curse is also the only god who can undo it. Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician, but she was the closest thing we had down until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day, this changes everything. The last time I saw her, and then she shut herself in the palace. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of so... One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. I really shouldn't say. He's become so irritable that the smallest things, I just know Nevia would know how to treat him. Assuming she's... Really? That...
I have... What? All right,
Thank you for your service to the Empire.
I saw you use the device I made, and it would. Anyway, I'm sorry to ask. Well, I've been trying to get this rare flower from the rock. It's too steep to climb, so I hung a rope over the lake and made this pulley device. Do you think you could use the device? Oh, thank you. It would help me a lot. There's... All right. That light! Did you steal it from the gods?
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. Can't talk long. Family's from Seleucia on Tigris, Babylon province. But I've been roaming a long time now. Even joined the legions. The 6th. The one they call Ironclads. Same way as everyone else. Because we're all in grave danger. Magistrate. If you were dealing with what... Nobody is supposed to know about that. Gah. Look, I haven't been... Stirred up by things that shouldn't bother me, and then there's the statues. And you want to help me? Do?
Ah, it's you again now. Brilliant! You did it! Well done! This is going to make her so happy. Equity, what I really want to do is walk up to her, give her... But on the other hand, I can't shake the feel... You mean, aside... You see, Equitia is a Vestal priestess, meaning she's taken a vow of chastity, the breaking of which would be an extremely serious... Even if she was just suspected of being unchaste, it could lead to her execution. Unchaste Vestals get buried alive. But at the same time, she's just so... I don't know what... Now that I hear you say that out loud, I hear how crazy it is. I think what I need is a go-between. What do you say? Wonderful! Now, all I need you to do is give her the flower and tell her it's from a secret admirer. Tell her... Thank you.
What now? The name's Domitius. You... Why? You want to see me fight? Keep... When Malleolus wins the election, yeah? This place will change. You won't even want to leave. I think it's gone on long enough. And We've already lined up the votes he needs to... Malleolus, of course. If old man Sentius can't even protect his own door... Whatever.
Arve again. Oh, how lovely. It just happens... I see. Of course I do. That man is a wonderful human being. But he is the least subtle secret. Plus, he's been trying for weeks to get his hands on this flower. He went to so much effort, too. He'd just stand there each morning, look... Tell that adorable oaf that my Vestal's vow of chastity ends once I turn 36. Then... I hope... Come back to me.
Don't you just love spring? Ah, it's you again. Now. Well, I'm a farmer. Always have been. I grew up in a small village in Britannia. One day, when I was about 20, my father and I were in the top... My father told me to run into the house for his axe. But by the time I got back, he was... My mother died of a broken heart soon after. And things went downhill from there. More raiding started before too long. We'd come outside in the morning to find animals missing, our stores pillaged. These Legion thugs just took whatever they wanted. One night, when my sisters and I had nothing left to steal, there was a knock at the door. I got my father's old axe, pulled the door open, but there were more of them. I never saw it. My home was reduced to ash. My sisters. Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one this happened to. Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. And those of us who survived, I spent a few years working for my new master. Tried to escape a couple of times, but they always found me. And I'd just end up right back where I was. I'd probably still be there too, if it wasn't for the stampedes breaking out. You see, everybody was running down toward the river, screaming and shouting. I'd never seen anything like it. I got swept up with... The next thing I knew, some stranger was dragging me out of a river. That's what I thought too. See, I finally had my own farm, until Sentius the Decurion demanded I hand over all my produce. It's for the good of us all, he says. Only he takes the best. He even told me if I refuse his demands, I'll break the golden rule. I'm not... So, it turns out our dear old magistrate is no better than the lead. But don't you worry. Nemesis is waiting. Forget... Thanks, friend. Anyway, that's enough of me rambling. Was there something... Well, as much as I'd love to get out of here, the harvest's always more fruitful in another man's field. But Scintilla, Sentius's daughter, went missing a few weeks back. Could be she found a way out. If anyone knows for sure, it'll be her sister, Sentia. But she'd never tell the likes of me. Thanks! Venus, that is the best news I've ever heard in my life. Oh, I wish there was some... All I can do is tell you... In the rock tunnel, near the stairs, there's a little doorway set into the rock. Inside, if you look carefully, you can see a chest. Unfortunately, one of those golden huntress statues is blocked. If you can figure out how to get past it, I reckon there might be a small... Oh, I don't give it much thought these days. I mean, everybody... But I say, let's spend less time arguing about what it means. I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. I don't like Sentius much. Even I could do a better job. Me, a far... I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never gonna... But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Now, maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected... Because Sentius put him there. Poor Dooley was just wandering around. It's nonsense, of course. Dooley's the most harmless man... Gladly. And how could you know that? Well, in that case, we need to find a way to make sure Malleolus loses. If you can do that, and Sentius is the only candidate left, I'll run against him. Deal? Oh.
Oh!
you. I am delighted.
You again. My name is Marcus Malleolus. You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having... And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born rule. Well, I am not suffering. Unlikely, because it simply isn't true. Are you insane? Why?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Alright, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood. I'll go, but once I'm done...
Oh, you're here. And, there's something. What was that? Some kind of... Let's just... All right.
Ixion turns. Just as the ocean but it does... The bloodless shadows sum the house of the ruler of the depths. There is only a downward. Help me. It is better for you if you the bloodless. You think you it is better for you if you The newly arrived are ignorant of the road.
You there! I'm sorry to trouble you, but no idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially in the light of our dear old... And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it. But I would like to... Tell me, do you have any idea how people here... And here I was thinking I was the only one to figure it out. In any case, supposedly, 1 or 2 of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into... Now, of course, that is a travesty. A terrible, horrible waste of human life, which has to be stopped. And yet, I can't help but think of the tale told by that Greek fella Aesop. The goose that, like, with the ability to transmute organic matter into gold, one could create infinite wealth. Use your imagination. Golden animals, insects, trees and plants. The Midas touch. And even if we were to split all those riches between the... Excellent. So the first... Now, I have a plan, but for... No problem. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon and the underworld, depending on who you ask. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrows. And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum, with a prominent statue of the goddess herself. And would you like to guess what she's holding? Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out... Oh, gods, no! If you tried that, we'd all be dead within... No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not, but make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no way of knowing, but in my experience, or now. Because the gods would see you have... I'm more of an ideas man, whereas you're obviously the more... When Prometheus stole fire from the gods and became a hero... So... Wonderful. Now, if you'll have... This is a quality... And here we are. Now, I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, it's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods not want... You, partner? Wonderful. Just go ahead and... A little bit slow, aren't you? Yes, I locked you in, and until you give me my bow, you... No, technically, I never said that. It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference. Oh, I do. You're just gonna have to take your chances, I'm afraid. The bow. Nah. I would reconsider my position, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man. Let's find out.
My beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me. A rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that wretched whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again, and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strange whisper again, and turning back, I discovered that even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment, they would not believe me. But from that moment on, I knew the full horror of this place. Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke. You're not supposed to be here.
Kill.
beloved Galatea. After I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life. It was then that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. Forgive me. I know that is not your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I have ever known. Your face, forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper your true name to me. So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work.
Make it stop.
My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken, undeterred, unseen, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as delicately as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but when I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all her strength and those sharp metal talons. This was my thanks for trying to save her. Whatever possessed Iodame to attack, she was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of the palace and bar the door. As I continued working on others, I could hear her flailing and launching herself at the other side endlessly. Regrettably, my other experiments brought similar results, and after relocating a few times, most of the palace is now too dangerous to work in. Still, as much as my heart aches to know that you're suffering, I cannot risk attempting to ungild you yet. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back to me, whole in both mind and body, and ensuring your humanity is preserved. I promise you this. One day we will be together, even if I have to free every last statue in this god's forsaken place. And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that. You think you can bring me down with your little wooden arrow? What? How? Liar. Really? I'm not sure I believe you. But if you can undo this mess, I imagine it would help Lucretia ease the suffering of those still in the city. But if you're lying to me, I'll break the golden... You did it. You took away her pain. I don't know what to... I swear I'll stay here to keep her company. But I fear the only one capable of releasing them properly. In any case, I must... Here's the key I promised you. It opens a chest in the... Now, please leave. The door here leads... Go.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the house. Oh, hello there, partner. You see, my plan was to give you a little fright, you know, like, but when I opened it... Partner? Yeah, well... Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff, I bet it's worth a fortune. Don't even talk to me. Capa merda!
Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
I'm sad. Am I going to die?
I don't think so, my friend.
I love your clothes. Back again. I just try not to think about it. You know, straight as a matter, I'm happy to tell you all about. So, I'm impressed. And now for my end of the bargain. This is hemlock. Drink this and you'll congratulate. Sorry. Workplace. Do you know what?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend. Oh. All right. I'll go.
Oh!
Ixion, just as, but it does not. The newly.
Salve. Salve again? How is it possible that you've just... You're toying with me. You're a bit like Sisyphus. Yeah. Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only... Now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods. Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. And Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever. But on the bright side, anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get your... So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing... Oh, now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although... Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me your bit... Now. All right. Fortune smile.
Hello there, friend. Are you well, stranger? Certainly. Oh, you have it. Pleasure doing business. You mean, how did I end up? All right. Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated from the... Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave. Fetch a magnificent price. Had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires broke out. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to it had to go. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing named Acantha, all the way down to the river. I'm elbowing through a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it with my valuables. But, to my surprise, we make it, and I see this barge loading up, and it's so full it's almost sinking. But the captain's happy to take my coin, so I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done. Of course I chose the cart. I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers go all wide. And in one swift motion, she topples the whole bloody thing into the Tiber. Naturally, I dived in after it, hoping to salvage my fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something, because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank, not far from here, with nothing in the world but a single silver coin. Thank you, friend, But it turns out it might have been a stroke of good fortune. Look around you. There must be more gold in here than in the treasury of... I'm afraid not. If you're desperate, I did hear that... Some people here are a little... It's terrible for inflation is what it is. There's so much gold just lying around... Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. Certainly. Very well.
What are you doing in here? She needs the res... What? Yulia? Yulia. Hopefully in a moment. That was extraordinary. How did you... Look. If you don't want to tell me, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. That was like the gods here. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned. In the meantime, I wish. Some people here need proper medical care, not the half. Just don't get sick or injured here. I'll do my best to treat you. A city without sin might sound good on paper, but whoever dreamt it up didn't think it through. But snakes like Decius will always find absolutely nothing. Oh no. Sorry, there was one other person, but that was me. Well, she used to run the clinic until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day this changes everything. The last time I saw her, and then she's been gone so long now. We figure but I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have. One of my patients is suffering from... He's become so irritable that I just know Nevia would know how. Really? That...
Was there something you wanted? As much as I'm grateful that you tried to... The golden rule. That's the least of my worries. Please, just... Persistent as Nemesis, aren't you? All right. I'd been here about a week when it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. I could hardly breathe, and I knew I had to get out somehow. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned she was supposed to be, so she suggested I had to sign an agreement saying I'd work off the debt over... I paid Aurelia. You figured it out all... Drink this, she said. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. And in fact, he just thanked her. That's what I said. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over my labor. I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus, he locked me in his villa, confiscated everything I owned as collateral. His wife Claudia was just as bad. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours. Those two took everything from my hemlock. I just wanted it to be over. I brought it on myself. When I've recovered, I expect only this time I won't be able to. Honestly, it would have been. I doubt it. At least until someone breaks. A lot. But it doesn't matter. He's in exactly the same position as I am. Malleolus and Aurelia set the same trap for him a month after they did it to me. He and I, he's probably already if so, I'd never be able to live with. I doubt you could make it. I don't know who you are.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Salve, friend. Welcome to life. All right, well, it...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh, no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing?
That's the idea.
What?
Why do you think I'm stuck?
I know.
I'm sorry, but
Please, help him. Thank you.
you know about that? Well, you don't understand. It's too late for that. If I backed out now, I'd... Oh, really? But we're still in debt bondage to that mon. Yulia and I are in debt bondage to Malleolus. Oh, I'm out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no! I'll have...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no.
That...
What?
What? You... Well, you... Oh, really? What? You'd... It seems today... Thank you, friend. Thank you. I just wish there was some way I could repay you. I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the...
A golden bow, just like
so glad
Apollo
you
and
didn't go through
Diana.
with it.
It wasn't for lack of trying. And now Malleolus is going to... Wait. Why do you look so happy?
We're free. Malleolus just released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again.
What? How?
The newcomer arranged it somehow.
Really? That's... incredible. Oh, what a relief. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back, and we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius. I will.
You mean where am I from? But when I was a child, I moved to Rome with my family. Romanized my
Salve.
name and spent most of my life in the Jewish district of Trans-Tiberim. That's where I was when the fires broke out. Every road leading out of Rome was in chaos. Several hours down the Appian Way, I saw another Jewish family being attacked. I can only assume they got the better of me because the next thing I knew, I was waking up in a forest. It's strange though because I still had my purse on me. Why would a robber knock me unconscious and throw me in a river? A lot of good it did me. I don't. But, well, neither of us have a couple of hours to stand around talking about theology, law, and collective punishment, so... You remind me of an old story from my people about Hillel the Elder. He was approached by a Gentile and asked to explain the entire Torah while he stood on one foot. Obliging, he replied, "What is hateful to you, do not do to another. That is the whole Torah. The rest is commentary. Go and learn." Of course, what I want to know is,
A golden bow.
what
Just
kind
like
of a
Apollo
god
and
sees a
Diana.
young woman? Thanks. Sentius, I suppose. Scintilla and I were in love. All right. One night a few months ago, when I was cleaning Malleolus' villa, I heard a young woman singing. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. I wasn't allowed out, so once everyone else was asleep, I climbed up the inside of the villa and onto the roof, just to see where that sound was coming from. And that's when I saw her. Standing in the garden of the magistrate's villa, I just sat there on the roof, listening to her with my chin on my knees. And then she looked up and saw me, and from the moment she asked my name, and so for weeks on end, each night we'd hold hands, and then one morning I woke up, all I could do was keep... I swear by all I know is she loved me. She'd never have taken her own life. I can't prove it, but I just know she's still alive somehow. Somebody abducted her. My guess? Malleolus had some... I have no idea where he'd be keeping her, but there is one room in his villa, upstairs. I've never seen the inside of it, and I haven't been able to steal a key, but I have a feeling that if you could get in there somehow, it would shed light on a great many things. Let me know what you discover.
Salve.
Thank you. Thank you.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not? What?
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Magistrate. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored. And now, I make this solemn promise to good citizens. I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. And, no more shall you eggshells, yes. No more should you walk on eggshells, fearing citizens to breathe because the tyrant citizens.
deserve.
And, yes, no more shall you walk on,
I'm not supposed to be in here. I should hope so. This is outrageous. What? My marital affairs are... Perhaps you're not as... You know, I may have the very... Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Only... Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. But in this, I confronted him about it. I let it go, eventually, and yet... Questions have... But... To withdraw. Listen, I may not be Penelope. You must think me quite mad. Domitius! Do I need to...
Thank you. Thank you.
Talk. Oh, aren't you charming? I'm quite... It seems our interests are aligned. I imagine. But first, I want you to bring me... Oh, don't look at me like that. I know this must be hard for you to wrap your... So, your help? Thank you. Now, perhaps you can tell me who... What? He's... Oh no. That's... quite a lot more serious than I imagined. Give me that immediately. What? It was a lie of a mission. You were planning... I curse you. I curse you. This is outrageous.
Did you just scale the wall to my villa somehow? Well... I suppose... So much work for nothing. Fine. Ruling this cesspit of a city. I'll have Domitius notify the... There. You got what you wanted. Now...
I hope you have a good reason for flouting my weapons ban. I hope you have a good reason for flouting my weapons ban.
Really? I was sure he was... I feel like I've looked everywhere. First, the palace. If Navia, the only other place you could be is somewhere... I remember hearing that Dooley had been poking around in the upper cistern before he was locked up. So you could ask him about it, I suppose. All right, friend. Shalom. All right.
I saw you slide down that rope before, and strange. Oh, of course. Anyway, I'm sorry to ask, but... What? How did you know? I wish there was... All I can do is... Thank you, friend. In the rock tunnel, near the stair. Unfortunately, if you can figure out how to... But from what... maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talked... He did? Oh, that was... I'll let Equitia know. All right.
Interesting. That's true. I know I wasn't entirely. What else? Yes, I suppose that could. What else? Yes, it's as a. Let me ask you this. Did you happen to encounter. And did you have. I see. Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better. But don't follow too closely.
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky little Sturkus? If I cop an earful from Malleolus, I'll be coming for you.
We'll talk in the baths.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
All right, you're here. You were asking. Here, look down at the bottom. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it. Only your pronunciation is. It was C-H-A-R-O-N. As in Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Charon, who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
There are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I'm afraid so. It's all these people whose last memory was running from. It seems none of them escaped with. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his. I know it's a lot to take in. That was my first thought too. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead, meeting a grim ferryman named. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in them. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks. To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kirti, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is... Good question. Let's see. But that never made any sense to me. In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we wound up here, but so many others did not. No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after... Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to... We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra. And Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the... And finally, Aeneas was able to... So it seems you have two options. To confront the god of the... It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, and even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule. All Romans try to avoid saying it, and you may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll... Shh! Is everyone so blunt where you're... That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor. Are you telling me... I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means, but if that's true, so, if you want to... Who knows? Perhaps you're... But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the Great Temple. The problem is, the door has been... I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated... It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them. If you could recover and replace all... It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head that stands before the Great Temple, a dedication to the god of this place. You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way. However, this one is unusual in that each of... That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques: Roman, Greek, Egyptian... Good question. To answer that, we first need to ask, it would have had the god's name engraved into it, so it may be that whoever desecrated it wanted... And there's only one... There's a cult in Rome that often they've been known to start fires, as well as deface religious monuments whose existence challenge... If I were you, I'd go looking for them. But I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the city. Perhaps, if you... I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local... Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern. I'm afraid you're on your own with that one. As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was... The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with... First, Proserpina. It's said, the god of the underworld... If the stories are true, the problem is, how do we communicate? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the Truly? And you... Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad. Can you tell me more? Fascinating. Perhaps she's a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps, if she has indeed been abducted, it would tell me. Has she told you any... Oh, I see. Well, let me know if you... All right. I would suggest not As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would... In any case, may Fortuna guide you. Although you may not need her with... Fege. Certain. May.
Greetings and salutations. Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst, and I must say my sartorial leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise fit. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of the... and never have I seen anyone dressed quite... Then you are an explorer, like me. We will have much time here to get to know one another. But for now, do you require... my story? How kind of you to ask. You mean to say, with all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Rule? I'll tell you, it is precisely because of the Golden Rule that I wish to remind I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here, the more we can preserve a semblance of normality, the better our... Oh, if we all end up as golden statues for future generations to marvel at. I don't know about you, but I would like to look my... A good question. A very good question. I remember I had just been to Rome to sell an extraordinary selection of wares. And, drowning in coin, I decided to celebrate my success. I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, invited over a few select friends, and we began making our way through some of the most exquisite wine. Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself naked in the desert sands more than once, but none of that compares to this. This time, I remember people screaming, then falling into a void as empty as time before creation, gasping for air, and then nothing. When I regained my faculties, I was lying naked by the banks of the Tiber, gods know how many miles from my villa. Indeed. I'm lucky I was carrying a little extra weight. I believe it kept. In any case, it seems I'd been rescued and resuscitated by a benevolent stranger. I went to find firewood for his campfire, stumbled across a cave, and discovered that trapdoor temple. And here I am. Anything you like. Shh. Have you not been told? Oh, then I suppose this duty falls to me. Aha, you are witty. Of course, the first question any of us asks when we first arrive is, and scaling the chasm wall is out of the question, for it is simple. But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And here the second option is to leave the way we came in, through the... See, the shaft is quite high, but if one... They have. There was an attempt, made by resourceful fellows who lived here some years ago. They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt for posterity. They heard a godlike voice say, so it seems that to merely attempt escape is to invite the wrath of whichever god oversees this place, and so... Ah, yes. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. As a Greek, this is nothing new to me. It is how our gods operate. Have you not heard the tale of the god Hades? He was the first to learn this dreadful lesson when he abducted Persephone and imprisoned her. When Demeter, the mother of Persephone, learned of this, she did not punish Hades, the guilty. Instead, she changed the climate of Earth so that it became hot and dry. Nothing grew. The grain turned to empty husks, and the innocent people died by the tens of thousands, until at last the other gods were forced to act, lest they... So yes, we know this rule. This has always been the case. If we are to survive, I say we must each heed the simple wisdom of Thales of Miletus, first of the 7 sages of Greece, who said, avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. Regrettably, I think you are correct, Mike. For even if 99% of us adopt this, sadly, no matter how well we protect ourselves, the life's work of many good people can be undone in the blink of an eye by a single selfish act. Ah, the voice, but on a lighter. For all their grim and haunting poses, these golden... And in a city full of Romans, you are asking me? Because I am Greek. Let me... My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios, and they think, ah, he must mean Georgius. Good Roman name. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us, but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpina. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgius the Roman. I accept the world is Romana. Plus, I have no hair left to pull. The plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Dully. He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny things, especially those that once belonged to my people. And besides, it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I believe he still has it with him, in his cell, just opposite the Temple of Demeter. Galerius, did you know he saved the life of my young friend Fabia? But of course, I hope that... That lamp! Never have I seen its equal.
Oh, now. Or...
Do you like it? It's shiny, innit? It makes me happy just looking at it. But... well... if you get me out... Galerius already... Like... Galerius? Yeah, Galerius will let me out. Then you can have my plaque, and everyone will be happy. My friend Hannibal, he's... Oh, no. Bye-bye.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, just as the ocean accepts, but it does. Say it. Then it is true. I thought I saw it, but when I had to tell myself it was true over. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I will do my best. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, and still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend. I think I should rest. Friend, you have given...
Arvaig. It'll be between Sentius, the income. Why do you... Or... Well, but... By... As I said... Yes. I have a... Very well. Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
The life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius?
Sentius.
Virgil?
Cynthius.
Ulpius?
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius?
Malleolus.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Sextus Sentius Imperiosus.
My fellow citizens, you've placed your trust in me once again, and you won't regret it. I vow that each day henceforth will be just like this one, and I will deliver.
You and your rival, whatever your name is, you're responsible for this, aren't you? Nobody likes Caput Murday foreigners interfering in an election.
Shut up and let the magistrate speak.
Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem.
Wait, I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You doom us all.
Lies! It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is. A children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
Son of
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend. Mind? All right then.
But then
fellow traveler. My friend, your words intrigue me more and more, but I...
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I was back in Rome. Help out with repairs and try to stop old buildings, but you probably don't want to hear about the ingenious... Gladly. Personally, my favorite thing about this place is the aqueducts. Those series of adjoining arches. They're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering with a very practical purpose. It's funneled below the palace, and the rest is funneled... Hey, not so loud. I'm not saying it's impossible. But you'd have to find a way inside somehow. Just... Oh, I'm glad you asked. Some of these shrines were constructed hundreds of years ago. But there's one thing that puzzles me. I'm not sure. It could mean that the Rome, or it could mean that there were Greeks living and worshipping. Who really built this? If only there was... You mean the Great Temple, given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking down on us? It's clear that whoever built, unfortunately, you see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like Proserpina, or there's an obelisk out the front, which, and of course, so unless somebody of course. You wouldn't believe how often the new ones ask. There are much worse places to live out your days. You might have a few sleepless nights thinking about the golden rule, but once you get used to the fear, knowing that a single slip-up could cost you everything, it's not too bad. Nothing new to me, anyway. Oh, I just mean I grew up in the Batavi tribe. They weren't nearly... Some people say it's divine, the work of a god. I mean, once you've been here long enough, you'll notice people, which means one of two things. Either you don't know the difference between right and wrong, and I'm pretty sure I know the difference. Fair enough. Good. Then I hope you'll agree. The first is to leave. The second is to remove the rope. Good question. It's best if I say no more. Good. I'm glad. It's best if I... Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my preference for male company. Hey, nothing gets by you. Sorry, that wasn't... And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagus, I saw enough friends killed or driven away, but that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until, needless to say, since I'm now living underground, half my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened. Nice of you to say. In any case, the Romans are... It's not just graffiti. The strange thing is, I've never really been interested in any of the men here. If I had to guess, Strange bunch. They insist there's only one god, and if there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burned. All I know is, if these threats keep escalating, eventually... What? Really? I'm glad you arrived when you did. I'd start by figuring out who the cultists are. Someone who lives, but if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them. I suspect they're just confused. Well, Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in this place. My vote isn't for sale. Nice to...
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside. Hello there, friend. Well, I'll take your word for it. but perhaps you'd be interested in selling it to me. Now you talk. Oh, that's a little excessive, don't you think? All right, all right. Wait. Let's not be too hasty. I suppose you're right. Here's your now. What? I can't take that golden bow because stealing from the goddess in a... You promised to tell me where I... What is this? Don't even talk to me.
What? You leave? A what? I'm sorry, I must have... That was like the gods hit. You just saved a person's life. In the meantime, you made it into the palace. Willowback, I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of this? Thank you. Sure. Do you really want to know? I mean, if somebody... That...
Hey, Horatius. How's it feel knowing your man's doomed to lose the election today?
If you're trying to goad me into another,
If the old man couldn't even keep his own daughter safe.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have...
Oh, so much. Fine. I'll have to admit, there. You got what you... Domitius, are you listening?
Yes, sir.
I've made a decision to release Julia Alopius and withdraw from the election. I want you to go and inform Equitia.
Sir? Are you under duress, sir?
I just had a change of heart.
But you were on track to be magistrate, sir. All that work, all that money wasted.
Those are my orders. Carry them out.
As you wish, sir.
all weapons are to be tossed into the chasm.
And, I hope there's some... Oh, I see. You prefer... I take back... Not for a few weeks now. I remember because they kept looking over their shoulders as if they didn't want anyone else to know. So, the one word I kept hearing was... vanish. You know... I guess that went right over you. As a matter of... I'm happy... Ha! It's hardly my fault if people misunderstand the terms of a deal. I mean... So... There used to be a midwife here, Naive. Centilla, the magistrate. How can we trust him? I heard Dacius has been offering a lot of money for a bone. Of course, Sentius banned all weapons in... Have you seen the way Rufius walks around? But then, why does he... I hear Galerius has a thing for Equitia, but of course she's a... Why do silly boys... I hear there are blasphemous... Some even say... I've already told... All right, see... You stay away from my money! Unless you want me to slip some hemlock into your next drink, get out!
There I was think. Anyway, I'm sorry.
On your best behavior, I trust? What is it, sir? I'm a legionary of the 1st Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here. I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his... I'm from Liguria, up north originally. I was doing alright for myself. 12 years into my service. Not anymore. My commander sent me to deliver a message to Rome. While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my... That's when the crowd started flooding through the streets, shouting. Then some Genecticum Fugitor tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. I remember chasing him through the crowds, down towards the river. Blacked out and woke up near here. No. Ah, don't be. As Seneca the Younger said, difficulty, that said. He's one of the better commanders I've ever had, that's for sure. Good. Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior. Can't ask you much more than that. I went around asking the same questions when I first arrived. To bear trials with a calm mind robs misfortune of its strength and burden. That's from Seneca the Younger, if you're interested. I don't see why not. I'm not sure why you said it like... Well, as I always say, it's kind of like a divine version. By threatening to execute 1 in 10 men, the idea is if you knew you could be executed because your brother-in-arms is planning a mutiny, well, You'd bloody well watch him like hundred-eyed Argus, wouldn't you? Because your only chance of saving yourself is to stop bad things before they happen. It's brutal, of course, but effective. What's done is done. I was forced to execute my brothers in arms, and those memories will always visit. As with the Golden Rule, I don't have anything thought. As Seneca the Younger wrote, but the rest is a war crime. Isn't that a contradiction in terms? Seems that way. If you like. Not that it's any of your business. What business is... A lot of people have been looking for her. But it's been... If you're accusing... You're grasping at... I have...
What? He's not here. Dunno. The little cap at murder escaped earlier this morning, while I was taking Yulia to the clinic. He can't have gone far, but tell him the punishment he gets for coming back on his own. Whatever.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there. Just like Diana's. A new face, Arve. Oh my. Let's see. We don't have much. Hercules was able to lead Sisyphus. May 4. What? It must be complete. Why do you... Sir. See you.
Name's Rufius. Sentius. Miller. No. I'll tell you this much. I hate... I mean, all these people just bumble along like nothing's wrong. While we're one bad decision away from being wiped out. Like the last lot of people. Seems like I'm the only one ready for what's coming. I don't know. But did you ever get the feeling some of... Of course I... If I did... What business? Willowbark. Finally, some relief. I've been... in a lot of pain lately. The room, it was too much. I... said... No. Fine, but no more fail. So you're...
Feeling all right. That's a...
Welcome to my humble... This is troubling, is it not? But my young friend Fabia confided in me that she saw someone living graphically. Ah, I knew this day would come. I do not... Please, let us... Very well, but the magistrate would not look. For several months now, I have been sneaking out at night to worship the gods of my ancestors in the temple of Demeter. Each day, I leave offerings of food in the hope that we may have a bountiful harvest. And yet the next day, when I return, the food is missing. So I ask, who? Stranger still. Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argus until dawn to see... Nothing! Nobody entered. And when I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to help investigate. He went in, and to my dismay, you... It is the only Greek temple in the city. I do, but you do not strike me as a kind of person... Ah, that is... Sendius, I suppose. I wouldn't say I hold him in... Nothing... I hope that our...
Help! A man arrived in the baths. You have to do... Are you sick? Are you go... Thank you. What?
Stop right there. I'm... Thank you.
You carry the gift of Prometheus in your hand. Welcome, welcome. It's a sincere... Tell me. Ah, Kabash. I will tell you everything I know. But first, the one thing I long for above all else before I... Let us find out with this simple question. Have you Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Now, will you... Wonderful. Would you say you know the difference? You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the golden rule, surely you're Well, that's reassuring. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable, because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize. But under the golden rule, morality. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference. That is an excellent question, and it leads directly to mine. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality? Are you sure? Or is it possible? So is it up to each of us to decide what right and wrong mean to us individually? Or must... So if a man feels that stoning to death his unfaithful wife, I agree, but I see. So you get to decide, right? And that's a credit to you. It is the mark of a civilized person to change. My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way. And so we must accept our limitations. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs, and life under I'm glad. In any case, thank you for... You mean, how did I end up living alone in this... I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies, so I could argue more forcefully. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could, and I was good. One night, I found myself in a tavern, in an argument with a drunken merchant. It became heated, he drew a gladius, and I won the argument, but lost my life. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even with all my skill, I failed. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death under the Golden Rule. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. You see, I was not the first to take refuge here. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me. They are one and the same. The Romans call them. My generation was wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that his fury... I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us, some from malnutrition. It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Quebec. Living in darkness is not without its challenges. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night. The greater challenge is the isolation. So I like to imagine arguments, where I argue both sides. Like so many things in life. As you would. Ha! If I... Did we not discuss it at... You seek the plaque bearing the... It is a cursed object, and I would be... I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare... Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entire... When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own. Built over everything that could be... Thus, the Shrine of Persephone became the Shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off, and the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here. However, there was one thing that always, an even older plaque bearing any. We had no idea until years later, in the first of my. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to greatly. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for steam. But it turns out this game is. I think it is best you head through. There are certain things. Take this key. I enjoyed our chat.
Stop! Do not come any closer. I am Kabash. And let me guess. Trousers, boots, cute. That is, well, I was planning to return it Here, take it. Now, as for... Indeed, I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was. You may not, because it speaks a treacherous... I will tell you, but first... It has a name. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers. But instead of adopting when they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they read as if that desecration was not enough. They built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was... My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it would imply the gods of Egypt, and that my people did to them. I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to You will... This work of... You are too late. It is done. You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with... If it will... I am from Rakotis, which, since the Romans had taken over from when the fires broke out last year, I tried to help. I gathered terrified locals into my boat and led many of them on my 7th trip. A passenger demanded I wait. I told him his brother would have to save himself, and he tried to bribe. I awoke on the banks of the river to a stranger where it did not dawn on me until much later that he was the Kirti. This is where I belong, as caretaker of the memories of... I think if someone is to break the golden rule, it will not be me. As for the punishment that will come from it, I finally understand why it has long been said among my people. I do not know what could possibly lie. All I know is everyone so contrary where you are from? Good. Wait. You would plunge... When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was a you will. I disagree. I warned you against coming down. You have undermined and dishonored the... Very well, I will listen. But why should I let... Why? To what end? But why? Blasphemous fool! You...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
What? But... Doubtful. What do you... You speak the truth. Many of my ancestors endured great hardship to live good lives, so that we prepare to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales, and to swear ourselves innocent of sin before the 42 assessors of Ma'at. And yet, I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained only a seed of truth. Did our priests steal and embellish the stories of an older people and feed us lies all our lives simply to trick us into obedience? I am not sure. Now you insult me, you... When I told that... What? But... But... You are very well. I will let you live, and I will remain here for a while, and you again. Up.
You carry the gift of Prometheus in your hand.
How'd you do?
Why do you... Well, I wouldn't describe him... Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
It's time! The election's on!
Virgil,
Cynthius.
Rufius,
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
citizens, you have made your decision. Sextus Sentius Imperiosus.
My fellow citizens, you've placed your trust in me once again, and you won't regret it. I vow that each day henceforth will be just like this one, and I will deliver.
You and your rival, whatever your name is, you're responsible for this, aren't you? Nobody likes Caput Murday foreigners interfering in an election.
Everybody run!
The many shall suffer.
Citizen.
What an extraordinary lamp. That... All right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's... It's too late if... We're... I'll...
And now Malleolus is going to... Wait. Why do you look so happy?
We're free. Malleolus just released us and we never had to set foot in that villa.
Greetings and salute.
Hey, my friend. Have you... Truly, my imagination runs wild. But if... Should I stop my own? Very well.
Now... Set. Nothing ca... I hope that our...
Salve. Oh, that's all right. Well, my vote is... Nice. This area is... Private. Please leave.
Ave.
Hello? What?
Citizen.
Sentius, I suppose. Galerius, the farmer. He's a good man, but... Shalom. Galerius. All right.
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheeky little Sturkus? If I cop an earful from Malleolus, I'll be coming for you.
Citizen, we're finally alone. We have? Wait, if I understand correctly, I must have entrusted you with figuring out who the culprit is. Is that about right? Ah, look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now... Now, I assume you... Sextus Sentius Imperiosus is my name, though magistrate is the proper way to address me. Before I wound up here, I was a decurion in the cavalry of Imperial Rome, helping protect civilization from the barbarians. It's a cavalry officer. I had... As magistrate, I usually wear a toga, but today I may need to My men and I were at the Emporium in Now the port is usually bustling. I was elected 7 months ago, uncontested because of my command experience. They're supposed to be annual, but I agree. Unfortunately, it just seems to have emboldened certain elements. Very well. Ask them. Good. If I did, I'd have led the... I've had plenty of time to think of. I've always considered my guiding star, our You mean Duilius? Releasing him? Perhaps you're not aware he was caught. Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me It was not so long ago, during the Republic. The law of the 12 tables would have required that he... Here, we see to it that he has food, a privilege that would be taken away from all of us. The man has no self-discipline. I will not... Thank you.
On your best behavior, I trust?
Oh, I wish Horatius would... Really? I'd never have noticed, what with your... It was 3 weeks. We went into our room. I think so, yes. Because our father had plans to marry her off, eventually, and even a rumor... I don't know, but it's been 3 weeks since she disappeared, and he... All I know is... If you must know, I'm here because my father... I couldn't bear to lose you, too, he's... Oh, you should probably take a look through her room. It's...
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm. Magistrate's orders.
What? Really? I swear, I searched her room, but it's odd. It was only a few months ago that Sentilla's friend Yulia let slip she was planning an escape of her own. You should go and speak with her. Find out if... What have you done? Oh, really? That commoner in debt bondage next door thought he could win. I can see why she worked so hard to keep it a secret. Oh, I see. Thank you. Oh. Of course. What have you done? Yeah.
Salve. Oh, was there some... No. I did hear from Ulpius that she disappeared, but I'd been locked in Malleolus's villa for months before she went... You mean my life story? Oh. Our father found good husbands for my sisters, but I wasn't, It was a good life for a while. But they fell on deaf ears. My employer told me to grab what valuables. I remember diving into the river and then... Thank you. If that's your idea... I know what...
Citizen.
Are they?
What have you just... Yeah.
Ah, you've returned. Of course. Well, if you stopped one person from breaking it, and allow me to explain. When I discovered the ritual to Proserpina, the instructions came with a warning about paradoxes. The crux of it is this. If you do anything to change the course to illustrate, when the golden rule is broken, I will open the doorway that will bring you here to prevent it. If you manage to succeed in saving our lives, the same thing would happen if you, say, inadvertently, allowed me to die. If either of those things were to happen, I am given to understand you... So the fact that you are still here means someone is going to break the gold. Excellent. It looks like you'll have to continue.
On your best behavior, I trust?
Yeah. Why do you... What? That's... I'm speechless. How do you know? Well then, you must stop him from winning the election. I expect you'll need some kind of leverage on him. I can't be seen to be involved. You'd better not waste any time. And Meswada. Good.
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff, and I think... Oh, that... Well... Nice...
Hello? Hello? All I remember now... You're me...
Ove. It must... Why do you... As I... and late nominee, Gallus Galerius. We shall dispense with ballots, and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Sentius.
Dacius.
Sentius.
Virgil.
Sentius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens.
You... An accident? So, I do have a question, though. That shrine... I don't understand. Oh, I promise, nobody else will ever know what you did. But I know. Oh, speaking of which, welcome. I'm Oh, there's not much to tell. I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. My pa had just arranged. I spent the next week in bed. In the end, they decided. But I remember closing my eyes for a bit, and I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead. Can't say I blame him. I wouldn't have wanted to. Anyway, I went searching for help. It's nice of you to say. What? You've been here a few moments and you're desperate to get good people here. Galerius works hard on the farm so I can put food on our table. My friend Georgius is always mending our clothes. And Virgil makes sure... Well, I'm just saying, there are work... Well, I can tell from your funny accent you... Oh, I try not to worry. Thanks. And I like your teeth. And I'm sure he'd love to chatter about... He'll be just across... Terrible shame, that is. Maybe this'll help. The forum's usually dead quiet at that hour, so to be honest, I thought maybe poor old Dooley had got out of his cell and was snooping around again. So I put my head out and saw someone in front of... I called out to them, but they just... All I remember is they ran past a lit torch, and the light glinted off something metallic. So I suppose it could only be one of 3 people. Horatius, Domitius, or Rufius. Or...
Never seen a lamp like any news of... Oh, nice to...
So you got a bright lamp. Do I seem like an on 'em? You don't know Stir. Whatever. Do I... What?
Citizen. Thank you.
I have no...
You look well, my sartorial friend. That is all right. Send. Nothing. I hope.
Hey! True. Should I stop? There.
I.
I've never seen a lamp like that before. Remarkable.
His brightness was like the light. Sentius, I suppose. I'd have to be insane to vote for Malleolus after what... Galerius, the father... All right.
That lamp! Never have I seen its equal.
Save yourselves!
Leave me. All right, now you've crossed the line. Get out of there.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Death arrives.
Yulia? What? Are you... You're serious, aren't you? Oh, poor guy. My uncle was a victim at rheumatism's altar, and he ended up killing himself. All right, got it. All right. I'll go...
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of...
Ave.
On your best behavior, I trust. What? You... All right.
Whatever are you wearing?
Oh! Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff. Hello there, friend. Oh well, let me... Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. What hope does he ever protect it? Sir. Very well. Salve.
Treatment? Really? Thank God. Finally, some relief after all this time. You're a good man, Galerius.
Appreciate that. Now, I've got to run.
Name's... No idea. Yeah? Sen... No. See...
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside. Hello there. Well. Oh, that's a little... All right, all right. Wait, what? Now. I can't... What? Don't even...
Seems rather brash. Of course. Yeah. Why do you say that? Despicable, but then it seems the gods are not concerned with her conduct. It looks like you'll have to... Perhaps you're not aware he was caught. Look, Why? You managed to extract all that from him. Well done. And I have noticed his... Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Ah, it looks like... Oh. Why do you say that? You seem to be grasping at straws here. I can assure it. Look. Oh. What? You suspect? I confess, I don't have a lot of sympathy for Ulpius, but you're going to... It looks like you'll have to continue. Oh. What? Why? Because he prefers the company of men? Ridiculous. I simply cannot believe that his innate preferences would break the golden rule. It looks like you'll have to continue. Oh. What? Well then, you'd better make sure she doesn't lose another patient, haven't you? It looks like you'll have to continue your... If you're snooping around in my possessions, you're wasting your time.
Leave.
Don't shoot! I'm no threat. Salve again? How is it possible? For... Anyway, I don't know which god... Oh. Oh. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just... I've bounced the idea, but maybe... He did? Oh.
Wonder how much one of these don't even...
I hear we have you... Well... Nice.
Citizen? You imbecile!
Be careful who you trust.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
You stay away from my money!
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh!
Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not. Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you,
don't believe a word they tell you.
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm.
Are they?
No. It's the rheumatism. I know that's not an excuse. I'll leave him alone from now on. I'm going to go.
Isn't the great country majestic?
What demon? You went snooping in his place? Have you... Really? Poor fellow. Really? Well, since my vote... Nice.
Ave.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Must either not come at all, or else must come and pass away.
Oh. Hi there. Well, here I am. Funny you I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin, it described an event about 2,000 years ago and murdered the local magistrate. It said that the voice of a furious god rang out, and the ground trembled and statued apparently as the citizens screamed and... What? God, why does this writing... I've spent a lifetime in this... This is... So you're saying... I guess... To let me die all over again. I can't see how I could... Seems like we're both gonna die. A mistake. You murdered a man in cold blood. And I guess all those old Lat pro peccat, the many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Poor Virgil. Poor Rufus. All right. What? Are you... You're serious? I'll go.
Ave. I'll be in my bakery. Thank you, Galerius.
best.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
Salve, Rufius. I hear your rheumatism has you so riled up you've been harassing Virgil.
What? My condition is nobody's business but mine.
There's no need for that. I just wanted to give you this willow bark to help you treat it.
A treatment? Really? Thank God. Finally, some relief after all this time. Thank you, Galerius. You're a good man. And I'll be sure to leave Virgil alone. I know I haven't been at my best lately.
Appreciate that. Now, I've got to run.
What now?
I have a message from Malleolus.
Yeah? Who's it from?
The Emperor. He knows Malleolus's real name is Quinctius, thanks to Claudia, and demands he withdraw from the election and release Ulpius and Iulia immediately.
Are you out of your mind, farm boy?
Vidius, that's enough.
What? You're not going to listen to this, dolt, are you?
Galerius, all right, I'll withdraw, and Ulpius and Julia are free. I trust our business is concluded?
Yes, that ought to do it. I guess I'll go and tell Ulpius the good news then.
Citizen.
Be careful who you trust.
Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default.
Actually, I'd like to nominate myself, if that's all right.
Of course, Galerius, that's your right. Citizens, the election will proceed.
Salve again? How is it possible? Oh, now, I'm going to keep your secret. Oh.
Isn't the great temple majestic? A new face, Arve. It'll... Why? Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots
Oh! He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius,
Sentius.
Virgil,
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius,
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius,
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helver. Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
We're finally alone. Is that... Nothing. nothing really. It won't be long before the... I dare say it won't affect...
Isn't the great temple
It
majestic?
gladdens my heart that Galerius set poor Dooley free. I will cherish this moment.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Hello? Oh, thank you. You can have my... And maybe you can help me. My friend Hannibal used to look after me. But before that, he told me... He gave me a key to the cisterns and told me to keep it safe. Please help me find it. Oh, thank you. I hope you find it. In the cistern. Oh, look, oh, maybe it is treasure. I could see it for myself. So pretty. And it's just lying out here in the open. Maybe nobody wants it anymore. Maybe no one will mind if I just take it.
Don't you dare.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
I don't want to go to Tartarus.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and why you look like... Oh.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You are unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will. My story is many thousands of years long. It is a matter of perspective. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful. Just as you might, but despite all that, my kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights of difference, desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow. Well, no. Long ago I swore to Persephone that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your... This, like me, she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpina to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of... Your gaze lingers too. That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names. Kumutubal to the Sumerian. Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one. For that, she earned herself the infamous Ifiro. You will talk more later. As it has come to be known simply as the Underworld. That is a long story. You see, long ago my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourself, yet Proserpina saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law, and you called us gods. For a time you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict. But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon. She made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter. It was and is my hope that... But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade. Humans were unworthy of a... But seeing that I was aggrieved, if even one human city could prove itself capable, then Proserpina and all of my part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proved, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of spring. And here I am. There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many. Our leader, Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, and of course, as the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, of course believing themselves to be the superior civilization. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks, they built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and to ensure the wage was fair. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver, a rare element at the time, across all of Sumer. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's Obol, or some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for. Only 2 remain. And so after this wave, your kind will have... It is a regrettable... Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and they each told embellished tales of this place, how to get, and so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome. Of course, that is merely the name that is a story dating back to the very first wave. Now, this man was unmarried, and many women were vile. Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require, draped herself in jewelry. Seeing this ostentatious display, she prayed aloud to any gods that would listen. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first. She checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her, but I was watching. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman, and I left her to stand there. But that was not enough for the entire... So I had no choice but to wipe this. And to this day, each of them, and all who came after, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to... I give your kind a second chance at life, and when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing terror. And so you ask, if I am the... You destroy yourself. When my kin departed, they left behind many The golden bow originally belonged. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies. I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover. This should come as no surprise to you. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would do. The Roman Stoics added treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who express this rule were... Enough. You... This... I I'm able to commune with all of the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are my eyes. If she was still conscious, I suppose she could. Then what an Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations? Or are you going to... I have seen no such thing. Taking one's own life is a self-directed act. It is not one that is... Therefore, it cannot be said that one who commits suicide... Applying this rule always requires us to interpret the meaning of the words. A literal interpretation helps to minimize the ambiguities of your primitive language. Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you off. Then your desire to be right, you will make a... Do you... How dare you threaten?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. You will suffer.
And here, allow... It is a... No. That is... This is... It is... That is... My kin had seen him. We discovered... that... The midwife in the palace, yes. The rule is do unto others, meaning other people. Those statues are... they are forsaken. Now you speak of the moneylender. And he would never have signed a contract pledging his labor for 30 years. All he did was enforce the terms of a contract signed voluntarily by others. Ignoring your irritating sense of moral superiority, this is interesting. I see. And how long might it... I fail to see how your system of loans... Now tell... Ah, the tavern. I disagree, having watched that. Applying this... Not if we're wise... Supposing you're right. Then you're... How dare you threaten her?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
No. You... And so... Then... That... When my... As... When my kid... Very well. Do... I... Supposing you... How...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce my... No, and first... I would recognize that anywhere. And yet... You vile dis... You... If I refuse, you will murder her. And yet, if I agree, I will lose... I do not see that I have a choice in this. Your treachery and savagery have opened, and now you have shown me your species' true... This has gone on too long. It is time for... But know this. If I abandon the wager and leave... Because despicable creatures like the best I can... I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware. Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment, what will become of you is difficult to predict. But that now, you would best pray our paths.
Oh. Well. Know who you are. Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time. I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people. Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius. Apparently there was a community of 20. They believed that if even one person sinned, then, one day, just an oracle appeared and told him saving the life of it, foiling in a... and so on. Meanwhile, the Oracle walked up to the Temple of the Mist, and the doors just... Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the Oracle must have been more persuasive because the next thing he knew, the ground shook, and the voice of that god... Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stopped. What became of him? And did this mysterious... what? Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water. I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody... You go on ahead.
You're back! But... you're alone. Oh, what a... Why don't you tell me what you just...
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Charon, if you like. I am sorry I do not enjoy deceiving people. That most people find comfort in familiarity. That you died, of course, my role as the servant of the god of the underworld. Usually, most souls would rather ask yourself, as you wish. You were falsely accused of a terrible crime, and on your final night, you were offered sanctuary in the cottage of a stranger who gave you food. Unfortunately, your host left. You both fought bravely, but your assailant, there was nothing you or he died instantly at that man's name. You were each in possession of a sacred coin, called K. It means there is nobody else to ferry here, nobody to keep you company. After 5... Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a... Well, a long time ago, my master created... My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession, it means there is nobody else to ferry here. I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an oracle who confronted a god.
Sounds like quite a story. And you two look exhausted. Why?
Sounds good to me.
And you?
Hey, you made it. I read about your trial in the news. Congratulations on your acquittal. After everything you've been through. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius' tablet. I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. Why don't you head on down then?
You're finally here. It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation. I wanted to say thanks. Oh, I used Charon's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly. I know! I can't believe my luck. We're planning to get married next spring. Of course. There's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to thank you. So you'd better keep moving.
Oh, hello.
You're here. It's lovely to finally meet. So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished them. I'm just teasing. Actually, and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say this, I'm finding life after religion quite enjoyable. Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. We've just bought a... It feels like the world has just... We're just so thankful. Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. See?
Hello. Galerius said you're very nice and a big helper. I live at Galerius and Equitia's house. They look after me now and help me. Bye-bye.
You're... Oh, of course, sorry. And of course, getting... Oh, I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend. Eventually, I want to travel the world and write about it. Turns out, did you know there are entire continents, and you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus. Oh, sorry, you already know all that, of course. I have noticed people from your time have no idea how fortunate. Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last rightful ruler of the Roman Empire, and wound up being committed to a psychiatric hospital. As for Claudia, she was always so viciously unhappy. Someone said she'd blown all her money on wine, trying to drink herself. After the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me, I can't help feeling a sense of... Thank you. You're... Ugh. Someone told me she was boasting about getting her claws into some rich prince, and how she was going to be living the high life, even in your time. Apparently he'd proposed before they'd even met, and last I heard she'd bought herself a first-class one-way ticket to join him in some... Nigeria? Really? Huh. I feel better. You too, if you're ever... I hope...
You are here. Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blend in, as you can see. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to life 12 months ago... Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods... I'm studying to get into medical school. As much as I resented when it ended, I realized I missed you too.
Hey.
Hi there, I'm Horatius. I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life, and reuniting Scintilla with us as well. I'm living up north and studying in the military academy in Modena. I'm going to be an officer. The world's changed a lot, but some things stay the same. Would you believe we're still studying military tactics from my time? Alexander the Great, Caesar, Hannibal Barca. Still, I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways of thinking and embrace the ones who pioneered our paths. Ah, you remembered that. In the words of Epictetus, remind yourself, your precious one. Thanks. He's not my... Oh, I see what you did there. He had more trouble he got himself disqualified from the UFC. So he started some kind of supposed appeal to people's baser instincts. But his luck finally ran out. And you're not wrong. And
I take it you're the Oracle? Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto off, she knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern all that time. Anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world. Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me, because it's just awful. He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld. Eternal torment. You too.
Hello. It's you.
Hello.
Greetings. You must be the legendary... I am told we have... I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece and sampled her delights, I will settle down in Santorini. I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story of how you faced off You too.
Hello. You're the one we've been waiting. I wanted to say thanks for sending Galera. I'm just so happy to be here with you. Well, it's not like I have to work with all the silver Charon gave me, so I just do what makes me happy. Mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at memes while binging TV shows in yoga pants. What a time to be alive. Thank you. You...
I take it you're the oracle we have. I'm sorry. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And it seems I have your catabasis to thank for it. I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University, helping fill the odd gap in their... Not that I need the money, but I do love being around enlightened minds.
Hello.
Some soiree, innit? Ah, hello at last. Listen, I wanted to express my whatever you did in that temple. I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market. That's where in fact, I was hoping to ask your advice. You being the oracle, I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling. Oh, don't be like that. You can tell your old... Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. Of course, don't let me...
Good evening.
Hello there. Oh, hello. It's lovely. I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure the person who drove off the last pagan god would have more important things. But thank you for coming. I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber. Not far from my old place. Oh, and I'm training to be a crisis counselor. Oh, I just want to spend the... Thank you. And... Wonderful.
Greetings. Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all. In all the time I was in the underworld, I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while, at least until I'm well enough to be independent again. Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid, but that's all right. I have 2,000 years worth of poetry to catch up on now. I'm already up to the 19th century, and am quite enjoying the work of a fellow named Poe. I think I may have found a kindred spirit. Men have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is not. And you?
It is an honor. Oh, of course. I too would like to offer my thanks for releasing. For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman, and I came to see there is nothing for it. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. It is a great adventure. I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife. Indeed. Thank you.
Hello there. Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. You didn't hear? My adoptive father, Sentius, locked me up in the upper cistern to stop me from... After you drove Pluto off, Proserpina came and released me. And that monster... I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. I'm so grateful. You can try some of it. Thanks.
It's nice to finally put a face to the name. I understand I have you to thank for sending... The way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped me from making... I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. We finally bought the little vineyard we always dreamed of. Every day I look at her and this... So we're living each day to the fullest, sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our... And I... Thank you. So we're sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine. And I... Thank you.
Nice to meet you. I go by Rufus now. New start for telling Galerius how... I probably would have lost my... Although, I think your people have a different name for it. Sorry, I'm... Huh. Good to know. Anyway... I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very... modern. Haven't decided.
It's so nice to finally meet you. I wanted to thank you and for helping Rufus come to terms with himself. I'm studying to be an architect again and living with... Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming futuristic buildings and clean streets full of educated, you natives of the 21st century. You too, as Rufus said in his own, if you're ever in the Netherlands.
There you are. Now, there's one more person I want...
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little... Allow me to introduce myself. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. I wanted to meet you in person. And thank you. I hate to think what would have happened. Indeed. Suffice it to say, I was able to control their tongues. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you. I did. I may have given up my immortality after witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years. I knew this, so I tried to give them a wit. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard. Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some... She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised if you don't run into her. And you. Oh, and one last thing. Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus and Aeneas would be proud.